minus 8 hours, 49 minutes, and counting until liftoff of Artemis 1, the Space Launch System, and Orion spacecraft. We're bringing you live tanking coverage here from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking at the rocket, NASA's 32-foot-tall moon rocket, which is in the midst of cryogenic tanking. We got the go to begin loading the rocket with super chilled propellants at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. And the team is in the middle of chilling down the lines from the liquid hydrogen cryosphere and the rocket. They have completed that on the liquid oxygen side and now are looking to begin chilling down the main propulsion system. It'll take roughly 6 hours to complete this process. After which, the team will have several hours to finish configuration of the rocket. And then we'll go into terminal count at 12:54 a.m. Eastern Time on November 16th. Liftoff is scheduled for 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a 2-hour window today. Hopefully we won't need it. Weather officer says we're looking good weather-wise, though you do see on your screen there, get a large cloud deck across the spaceport. A couple holes in it here and there. That cloud cover, it's rather thin where we are here at the Kennedy Space Center, but off to the west, the launch weather officer is tracking some thicker clouds coming our way. It's not a constraint to tanking. We're moving ahead, moving forward, but it is something they're keeping an eye on as we get deeper into the night. This is Artemis Launch Control.
And welcome in. Welcome into Artemis Launch Control. My name is Peter Coles. I will be your cruise director for the evening. Just kidding. I am the chief space nerd here at WCPC. If you don't know, we come and cover a lot of launches, and for me, this is fun. This is like Disneyland for people who really love that. This is what I love to do, cover rocket launches. On the bottom right of your double box here, you'll see the NASA feed, and we've been getting regular updates from tanking control, where they just started chilling down the rocket. We're currently in a hold at T-minus 6 hours and 40 minutes. I had some people ask me that haven't done this before, don't remember the shuttle era. Why is the countdown clock going to end long before we get to 1 o'clock in the morning? That is because they build holds into the count at different spots, different milestones, where they have some time to step back and relax a little bit, and not necessarily relax in the point of losing their way, but relax in the sense of take a moment to reflect and just to see what's going on. And so we're at that point now. Earlier, Charlie, the launch director, gave a go, no-go poll to all our controllers, and we have a go. So they're beginning tanking operations. When the tanks start to fill up, you'll start to see some venting. But the tanking operations for the SLS, similar to the shuttle, is a multi-hour process. 6+ hours of tanking operations are ahead of us, and it'll be long since dark after we get to the point of where we're all tanked up. Great view here from launch control. We can take a look at some other spots where you have clear view by sight of the SpaceX Launch Complex 39A, where you can see the original 39A pad, which is shuttle era. And you can also see the launch tower for Starship. Now, that's been a lot of controversy surrounding that here by NASA. They still haven't got a green light for it, but SpaceX is moving ahead with building the hardware for that. And it is in place here at the Kennedy Space Center. Let me just do some switching around here. And I will put a different camera on the pad. There we go. That'll be a Launch Complex 39B, sorry. And let's take a look. Let's move 39, the other camera. We have 2 remote cameras here that we'll be using all night long. And I'm moving the camera over to SpaceX's pad. That is the SpaceX Launch Complex 39A. They do have another launch complex over on the side of the Space Force base. And that complex we can still see from here as well. But it's starting to get a little dark out here. It's about 4:30 on the 4:25 Eastern. And we have a cloud base over here, but they're not really concerned about that for launch. It is still a 90% go for weather. They're expecting this cloud base to clear out as the night progresses. And the clouds are not necessarily a no-go for launch. I do see the 39A workspace clearing for SpaceX they're going to start configuring for tanking operations, which means they have to clear the other pad just as a matter of safety. So you'll see some cars driving across the pad area. Taking a look, we'll do this live on the screen and see how fast it moves. Looking at the prep area. And this is the stage here. We have several different outlets here on the staging area. NASA's is on the right. I'm not sure who's on the other 2 spots. Several trucks if we pan the camera around. Several live trucks in the area here with us. Not as many as, I'm kind of surprised by, not as many as I thought there would be. And there's several local TV stations here as well. You see the photographers lined up, and you see the countdown clock as well. That's kind of a scene set of what's going on. And this is our view by eye. You can see both launch pads. 39A is on the right. You can see the 2 towers there. And 39B, holding the Artemis, is on the left. And if I pan the camera even more, this is the shuttle basin where they used to bring in the external tanks, and now the core stage comes in on a barge right here. And there's the vehicle assembly building. The largest structure at the time, I believe, volume-wise in the world. Might still hold that record, not quite sure about that. And in front of that is a TV production truck. They're going to be doing an 8K stream in a 360 VR. They have several telescopic mounted cameras over there, and they're not sure who they're working for, but I believe they're doing a film on Artemis, and that's part of what's going on. Let's take a dip into shuttle launch control, shall we?
Transfer lines are complete. And we're going to get into, after that, slow fill, where we actually start to run propellant into the rocket. Slow fill for both the core stage and the liquid. The core stage liquid hydrogen and oxygen is roughly 500 or so gallons per minute. We're waiting the next milestones. We'll let you know as soon as they happen. This is Artemis Launch Control.
And as we dip out of launch control audio, we'll take that out. And back here on the ranch, we're going to continue to give you live coverage with natural sound here from the launch pad and from the launch press site, which is about 2.5 miles away from the rocket. I believe from Artemis, we're outside the 3-mile range as a safety area. And for 39A, it's a 2.5-mile range. Both very, very good, very, very good viewing angles from where we're at. 2 remote cameras, and Ken Stomsky will be around later on to do a manned camera as we set up for this event. So all kinds of things going on here. We'll leave you on the NASA feed, so they'll be filling audio as they go, and we'll have our feeds updated as we go as well. If anything in the milestone happens, we will get you updated here. Thanks. This is Pete Coles live from Florida, and Launch Control will give you back their audio.
We're currently L-minus 8 hours and 32 minutes until liftoff of Artemis 1. Stand by. And we okay, we just got an update that the liquid hydrogen transfer line chill down is complete and slow fill has begun. Again, liquid hydrogen slow fill has begun. This bumps up the speed of the pumping on the liquid hydrogen side. Meanwhile, on the liquid oxygen side, they are currently in a chill down of the main propulsion system. They put in a little bit of liquid oxygen propellant into the system and then drained it back and allowed the gas to cool down the system. That super cold oxygen. Continue to track the milestones as we start the liquid hydrogen side. Filling the tanks on the Space Launch System. This is a major milestone. Launch team watching, of course, the liquid hydrogen process closely. A programming note for you on our NASA media channel. It's a busy day here at NASA, both on the ground and in space. The EVA, extravehicular activity, ended at 7 hours and 11 minutes. This is the spacewalk going on at the that happened at the International Space Station. Coverage continues on NASA's media channel. The team just repeating the announcement that they are in LH2 slow fill. But again, the spacewalk coverage continues as they now head into the repress of the airlock and getting the crew back inside with helmets doffed. Again, you can find that on NASA's media channel. Here on NASA's main channel, we continue with the cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System. It's a great day in Florida for tanking. Weather is not a factor at the moment, even though we have some cloud cover overhead. It was quite a process to get, it always is a complex process to get the rocket to the pad, getting SLS and Orion to the pad, and it all begins with rollout.
Out of the 322-foot tall Artemis 1 rocket from the vehicle assembly building, signals launch is approaching. The crawler transporter will travel along the crawlerway to the launch pad, carrying the SLS rocket, Orion spacecraft, and the mobile launcher. After traveling more than 4 miles, the crawler rolls the rocket and spacecraft onto the pad in position over the flame trench. Once in position, the mobile launcher is lowered onto support posts, and the crawler rolls away to a safe distance. 4 mighty core stage RS-25 engines prepare to start as cryogenic propellant flows to the engines. The complex physics of rocketry are about to be put on full display. At T-minus 15 seconds, the sound suppression system releases 400,000 gallons of water, flooding the mobile launcher and flame trench in less than 30 seconds. At T-minus 0, the umbilicals in place to provide power, communications, coolant, and fuel to the rocket and Orion spacecraft, while at the launch pad, retract.
For more information on the Artemis program, just go to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. We have an update in the cryogenic tanking. We are now in slow fill for liquid oxygen. Again, we are now in slow fill for liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Teams go about slowly filling the tank so as to prevent thermal shock to the rocket systems. It's a great shot of the mid-level of the rocket there, and the launch vehicle stage the adapter between the core stage and the ICPS. Slow fill for the core stage runs about 40 minutes or so. Sorry, check that. It runs 15 minutes. Again, the core stage liquid oxygen slow fill runs about 15 minutes. Core stage liquid hydrogen slow fill, this will be a longer process. Roughly about 70 minutes, a little more than an hour. And then we get into fast fill. But again, we're getting propellants into both tanks on the core stage. This is Artemis Launch Control. And we have an update of our milestone, the slow fill portion of the liquid oxygen transfer from the cryosphere that you see off in the distance there to the right-hand, lower right-hand part of the screen. You can see one of the cryospheres is now in fast fill. Again, liquid oxygen going into the rocket is now in fast fill as of 2 minutes ago, completing the slow fill portion of liquid oxygen into the core stage. And there you see one of the aft struts, which actually comes into play with regards to the liquid oxygen flowing in. That strut that you just saw, there's an aft strut constraint that requires that there be 50% filled liquid oxygen in the core stage tank, that they hold it at 50% rather, until they have at least 5% liquid hydrogen over on the hydrogen side. So the propellants are carefully sequenced. There's a shot of it again. That's the aft strut. It connects the solid rocket boosters to the core stage, a very critical component of the Space Launch System. The rocket actually shrinks as these super chilled propellants go into it. And so there's motion there, very small amounts of motion. But in order to keep everything aligned and in good shape structurally, liquid oxygen won't go above 50% until we have, again, at least 5% liquid hydrogen in that tank. And so now that we are in fast fill for liquid oxygen, which is roughly double that of slow fill, a little more than double, we're going to be moving pretty quickly on the tanking of the liquid oxygen tank. And there you can see a shot of the core stage engines and the two solid rocket boosters to either side. 4 nozzles in all. 3 of them you can see. One of them is obscured by the engine in the front, right? This is the business end of the rocket. And an engineer is currently controlling that camera as they complete inspections throughout the process of countdown. There are more than 100 cameras trained on this rocket in various areas of the rocket, making sure that they have eyes on all of it as we proceed through the countdown. A note on the sensors, if you're wondering about going from slow fill to fast fill and how it detects where we are, similar to your car, your vehicle. If you have a gauge there that will tell you when it's empty, same thing exists on the core stage, which triggers a shutdown in flight once it reaches empty. The sensors inside the tank, they detect when certain levels are reached, and you want to slow the flow down as they are in fast fill. You want to slow it down to prevent burping of this liquid propellant out of the top, which would be a very bad thing. So you have cutoff sensors which tell you when it's close to E, basically on your gas gauge. You have the 0 to 5% sensor, which is slow fill. And then there's a sensor that goes from 5% to 95%, and that is the sensor for fast fill. Once it gets up to the top, 95%, there's a sensor from 95% to 100%, and that puts the tanking into a topping, which is about half as fast as fast fill. So they slow it down as it gets up and fills up, and then there's 3 100% sensors, a 100 minus, a 100 even, and a 100 plus. And then that's when we get into replenish. There's software that cycles the valves to keep it in that sweet spot, 100 minus, 100, and 100 plus. And then, of course, replenish just replaces the propellant that boils off. These propellants, the moment they go into the tank, they are boiling. And they will continue boiling all the way through liftoff and during flight. They will be vented initially. That vent will be capped off to build up flight pressures. And then, of course, at the end, when the engines are lit, and this rocket is, if all things go well, racing into space at 1:04 p.m., 1:04 a.m., sorry, 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. We're currently 8 hours and 7 minutes until liftoff. This is Artemis Launch Control.
this up on YouTube. If you look up Westfield Community Programming, you'll see our channel up there. You can pull it up. And if they want to coordinate, I can pull a single shot. Right now I have a split screen with NASA and myself, so we're doing some running commentary. Yep, that's cool. Westfield Community Programming. No, that's cable, Agalon cable. I'm talking about YouTube. Agalon's gonna pick this up at midnight. Yeah, Les hasn't picked this up yet. And even less of it. South Lake and Agalon will pick up later. I got that shot, and I got that shot. That would be correct. Still coming off the pad, that's crazy. Well, they've already started tanking operations. People are still coming off the SpaceX pad. Yep. And then it got delayed. Got delayed again. The hurricane flew through. But everything's copacetic right now. Waiting for it. Oh, yes. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. John Simpson's one. Yeah, I know.
And since we're in slow fill, we're now going to transition to fast fill. And this has been a moment in past tankings where we've seen leaks. But today the team is executing the kinder, gentler, as they call it, loading operation. It's a much slower, very methodical fueling, tanking of the liquid hydrogen tank. And so we'll let you know as soon as that milestone happens. After that, we will then have the liquid hydrogen engine bleed kickstart. The kickstart is essentially a bleed to get it going. They close the vent temporarily. The liquid hydrogen tank is vented. Since it is a liquefied gas, it's boiling off. It vents out the gas. They'll close that vent to pressurize the tank, and then a small amount of liquid hydrogen is bled through the engine, and that gets it going. And then after kickstart, they go to a vented bleed, but at a lower pressure. So they'll open back up the vent, and the bleed will run. And that bleed needs to run through the engines in order to properly condition it for launch. Needs to be in just the right temperatures, which match the propellants. So all those milestones coming up in a bit, and we'll certainly let you know as they happen. And a programming note, coverage of the EVA on NASA's media channel has completed. You are now watching coverage of Artemis 1's tanking. The tanking of the Space Launch System and Orion and launch of the Orion spacecraft. Tonight at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time from the east coast of Florida. We are headed to sunset, as you can see from this shot here, in roughly about 23 minutes. Got some cloud cover overhead as we count down, currently at 7 hours, 56 minutes and counting until liftoff. We started our day here on NASA TV with the tanking go that we received from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are currently flowing propellants on both the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks of the Space Launch System. This is involves two steps here. We'll get the lower tanks filled, the largest tanks, and then we'll fill the tanks of the upper stage. Okay, and I'm hearing in real time, we are now transitioning from core stage LH2 slow fill to fast fill. So core stage LH2 is now in fast fill. The propellant teams closely monitoring the data. So we have both tanks now in fast fill. The liquid hydrogen tank holds 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen. The liquid oxygen tank, close to 200,000.
spot, I'd be like, hey, we're going like too long.
Some great shots of Artemis out on the pad. As you can see from NASA's viewing angle, they were looking back towards the press site, and you have the great sunset happening just over my shoulder. And we're looking out towards the ocean, looking out at the pad, and you can see the beautiful hues of purple and pink out there. Still see some vehicles leaving the launch pad for 39A, which is owned by SpaceX. Workers are completing their tasks for the day out there and clearing the pad as fueling is ongoing here for Artemis 1 in the tanking operation. Occasionally you'll hear on the feed, you will hear Artemis Launch Control doing some commentary as we go along. My name is Peter Coles from Westfield Community Programming. And we have different things going on here. We're at the Kennedy Space Center press site. We're currently in a hold at T-minus 6 hours, 40 minutes. That hold is to start the fueling operation that is going on while we're in the hold. And we'll pick up the count shortly. I believe one more hold is built into the schedule. Like a 10-minute hold just before we, just under the 1 hour mark to go. Yes, I've given myself a lofty title as the Chief Space Correspondent. Love to do this stuff. You guys know by now that this is my passion, and I thank my bosses for indulging that and letting me come. I do pay my own way for my expenses, just to let everybody know. But we have such great equipment here for Westfield Community Programming that we are able to do events like this, and it is pretty darn cool that we are doing things like this right here, right now, witnessing history here at the Kennedy Space Center of NASA's return to the moon. We haven't been there in over 50 years, and it's just really, really cool to see that we're going back. And this is the first test mission of the full-up SLS system. And now the equipment is so smart, unlike the days of the Apollo era. The equipment is so smart that the Orion capsule can basically do this mission on its own. As we continue, it's going to be a long night for the count. Back in August, NASA did an animation of what the SLS would look like. Let's take a peek.
And so far, so good. We are at L-minus 7 hours, 36 minutes and counting until liftoff of the Space Launch System and the Orion spacecraft here from the east coast of Florida, the Kennedy Space Center. I'm joined now by Jeremy Graber, the Assistant Launch Director for the Artemis program. Jeremy, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Daryl. Happy to be here.
So, the countdown, we're just a few hours into it, and so far it seems awfully smooth. What's your take?
So we're doing really well right now. We're in the middle of our tanking operations. We picked up with those tanking operations just a few hours ago. Our launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, said some great words to our team, and they're actively loading cryogenic fuel into the core stage. So far, everything is going very smoothly, and we're about 25 minutes from coming out of our hold at T-minus 6 hours and 40 minutes. And we've got about an hour and a half of liquid hydrogen fast fill to go, and about 2.5 hours of liquid oxygen fast fill to go. Our teams are monitoring the progress of that loading, doing a great job, and things look really good right now.
The team seemed upbeat when I was at the MMT meeting. A lot of positive vibes all the way around. Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, launch director, didn't have a constraint when she walked into the room. And then, as you mentioned, things have been going pretty well. Now that we're in tanking, this is an area that we have seen issues in the past. The fast fill for liquid hydrogen, especially when we get into the bleed. We're currently in that kickstart bleed, but so far, so good. And there's a different loading operation that was used for this time.
Yeah, this team has done a fantastic job working through each of the different wet dress rehearsals and launch attempts. In addition, we did a tanking test that demonstrated a lot of updated procedures to deal with the challenges that we had seen previously, and this team has really been outstanding, finding the right sequencing, the right basically keeping everything in a very tight box to ensure that we manage through any potential issues, and so far everything that they've put in place has been going extremely well, and we'll just keep monitoring as we go.
Yeah, this is as close to the countdown as you lay it out on your bar chart, as they called, that I've seen through 4 wet dresses and 2 launch attempts, and this of course being the 3rd.
Absolutely, we are right on the timeline, which is, as a launch guy, that's where I want to be, right on the timeline.
That's right. Had to deal with a hurricane. Had to deal with 2. Obviously, the rocket was inside the VAB for 1, and for the 2nd, it was out there for tropical Hurricane Nicole, rather. So far to this point, have you noticed anything that you would attribute to the hurricane?
Well, so one of the really key things that we've been doing since Nicole passed through is to really investigate and look at all of our systems from a powered up perspective, as well as from an outside visual perspective. And we've been doing that from the minute we were able to really see that. We've monitored all of our capabilities on the flight hardware and the ground systems throughout the storm, and we've been keeping a very close eye on everything since the storm made it through. And so far we've worked through any of the items that we found. I know some of those things have been talked about at the mission management meetings over the last couple of days. We came in to call the stations for launch countdown. We had some work that we carried in. We've made it through all of that work yesterday, and we really have a clear constraints board at this point. Have not seen any issues associated with normal issues that may have come up, or from anything else. So, as I said, clear constraints right now and on the timeline.
That's one tough rocket out there, as come to find out. You mentioned the couple issues that were dealt at the MMT meeting, the some of the RTV that came off the seal below Orion, and then along with a connector that was in the same location as a previous hydrogen leak. But you've got redundancy there, so you're good to go, and it looks like that is not going to be an issue as we proceed forward. we're headed to sunset. As you can see, sun just went down here at the Kennedy Space Center as the lights are on and illuminating the Space Launch System rocket. Getting an update. Engine stand by. So, Jeremy, we just heard from the NASA, from the liquid hydrogen team on the NASA test director's loop. They're reporting out right now. The engine bleed is complete. They did see a little bit of hydrogen in the area, a little bit of leakage, a little over 4%, but that apparently went down. That's within your range, right?
Absolutely, that's it within our range. That's you know, an expected leakage rate at that location, and yeah, as you mentioned, the great thing is wherever it got to at that 4%. Since I'm not looking at data right now, I'm
Sure.
kind of, but the good thing is it started coming down as they completed the bleed. So that's exactly what we would expect to see, and based on that, it sounds like we're still doing great.
That seal in that quick disconnect, it has to conform, right, to that space there. And when you hit it with those cryos, that's kind of part of it, right? Just like you were saying, it's
Yep,
kind of
and our
expected.
expectation through the rest of loading is that leakage rate will come down.
Come
And
down.
that's really what we saw during the tanking test that we performed after the last launch attempt. And so we really do expect to see that leakage come down as we load the core stage tank, the liquid hydrogen tank, and you get more commodity on board. That will really help seal that, and we should see that come down.
All right, great news. Real-time update from our Assistant Launch Director, Jeremy Graver. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for being here, and good luck to you and the team the rest of the way.
Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it.
All right, we are at L-7 hours, 28 minutes, and counting until liftoff. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Great updates from NASA on that call out. So everything is proceeding smoothly. Little minor hiccups, but now they've done this a few times, so these are becoming more and more expected items instead of unexpected items. So things are progressing smoothly on the count, and we're looking for an on-time liftoff at 1:09 a.m. this morning.
That's better than nothing. Yeah, is that, will that,
I'm just
can
gonna.
you like wrap them together like with it so it sticks down and it's just one
Yep.
compartment?
This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently L minus 7 hours and 18 minutes until liftoff with a beautiful nighttime shot just a few minutes after sunset here on the east coast of Florida. There it is, the Space Launch System rocket illuminated against the night sky. We are currently in the middle of cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System rocket. Its two largest tanks, liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. On this particular shot, I want to draw your attention to the far right-hand side of the screen. You can see the flame there. That is a hydrogen flare stack. That is part of the operation. That hydrogen flare stack takes the engine bleed, the hydrogen, the liquid hydrogen that is run through the engines, the RS-25 engines at the bottom of the rocket, to condition it for launch, get it ready at the right temperatures to light. After it runs through the engine, it then goes out to a flare stack, and there you see it burning. We are currently in a vented bleed configuration for liquid hydrogen, and we will stay in that until inside of terminal count. So this view will be with us for the duration. And just a note, the liquid hydrogen, it is burning, but it's not giving the flames the color. That's actually the impurities that get drawn in along the way, and they give the color, the orangish color of the flame. Now we have an update in terms of the tanking progress so far. We are tracking that with a real-time graphic that is taking data from both of the tanks of the core stage. This visual will allow you to see our progress. On the core stage liquid oxygen, on the left you can see we are at 35% full, currently in fast fill. And over on the right, the core stage liquid hydrogen, the largest tank towards the bottom of the rocket, 40% filled. You can see the capacities, close to 200,000 gallons for liquid oxygen and 538,000 gallons for liquid hydrogen. We've got about a couple hours left to fill the liquid oxygen as it fills at a slower rate during fast fill.
Yeah, I just don't want to be crippling them tonight. Everybody, especially if something happens and people are running.
Across the bottom of the bar, you can see our progress as we head to the tanking of the upper stage.
Yeah?
But again, just about a couple of hours left to tank the liquid oxygen and just about an hour left on the core stage liquid hydrogen, as that one will fill faster than the LOX.
I'm awesome. Everything's going smoothly. We're going to launch a rocket tonight?
We have about 5 minutes left in a pre-planned hold.
Oh my God.
And after that, we're going to put up our countdown clock so that you can see it. The hold time was roughly about 3.5 hours long, an extended hold. That's part of the longer operation to tank the liquid hydrogen side of the rocket.
Who are you with?
I run a community programming station up in Westfield, Mass.
Oh, okay.
My deal with my mayor is if I pay my own way, I can go wherever I want.
Our T0 for our launch today is at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a special launch broadcast that will start at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And that will happen right here on NASA's main channel. Operational commentary, which you're watching right now, will continue on NASA's media channel. You can find both of them on YouTube. We have a 2-hour launch window tonight, which the launch team likes having a long launch window just in case they run into some weather. But the launch weather officer has reported that we're 80% go for launch weather. It's not expecting to run into that tonight, and hopefully that holds. Throughout the night, we've been sharing the various stages of the Artemis 1 mission with you. And with just about 7 hours and 12 minutes left in the countdown, we want to take a look at the big moment, liftoff, and what you can expect to see on the Space Launch System and Orion.
During liftoff and ascent, SLS produces 8.8 million pounds of thrust to accelerate the rocket that weighs nearly 6 million pounds towards orbit. Approximately 2 minutes into the mission, the boosters will have consumed all of their solid propellant and are safely released. The rocket continues to propel toward orbit. After 3 minutes, Orion's service module fairings are jettisoned to lighten the load and expose its solar arrays, having completed their job protecting the arrays from aerodynamic forces. 40 seconds later, the launch abort system is jettisoned. Orion could see. About 8 minutes after launch, the SLS core stage engines shut down and the stage separates. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, will give Orion the big push it needs to leave Earth's orbit and head toward the moon. Orion's 4 solar arrays deploy to convert the sun's energy into electricity to power the spacecraft, charging its batteries for power when it moves out of direct sunlight. The upper stage for the moon. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage fires the RL-10 engine. Destinations, including the moon, to perform experiments and technology demonstrations.
And now we want to put up our countdown clock for you. This is the T clock that you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. This reflects the time that the launch team is counting down, but does not include a half-hour hold that we have coming up. So the actual time until launch is 7 hours and 8 minutes. But we are 6 hours and 38 minutes away from going into a half-hour hold. And then once that half-hour hold is finished, they'll go into terminal count and the final T minus 10 minutes. To learn more about Artemis 1 and our mission around the moon, go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis-1. nasa.gov/Artemis-1. It's nighttime here on the east coast of Florida, and we continue counting down to liftoff. Currently in fast fill for both the core stage liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tank. We've got another couple hours of that for the core stage. So far, the launch team not working any major issues. The range is go. Our weather is good, 80% go. Liquid hydrogen will finish in about an hour, and we'll be able to get started working the upper stage tanking. For now, this is Artemis Launch Control.
Yeah, Nashville was the only ones I was worried about.
And we've been live for a couple hours. We've been gone since like 3.
Yeah, and I left my laptop up here because I'm going to end up going back. I came down to bring in some a running module. Yeah. Yeah, so we got...
Put them in the car.
Yeah. And...
Here, your bug spray.
I'm not going to be out here long enough to need it.
Oh yeah? They're huge.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll see if I come by that soon. I took another pill and my back's a little better.
Alright. Now, I figured I'd come down here because I did reply to your text a little while ago. Jim ended up chatting with me up there from Birmingham, Alabama. So, yeah, that's why I didn't reply immediately, but I figured...
If you want to talk when you're sitting here, just bring it up, bring the feed up here. And not sound like this.
So I figured you might need to use the bathroom by about now. Alright, so yeah, that's why I came down.
And we are now half full of liquid oxygen. You're looking there at a shot of the liquid oxygen tank venting. That's super cold oxygen gas meeting the humid Florida air and turning into vapor. And there's a look at the numbers. On your left, you can see the core stage liquid oxygen is more than 50% full. Got about another hour and 20 minutes to go in fast fill. And then over on the hydrogen side, moving quick. More than 3/4 full. On a tank that is the largest liquid hydrogen tank ever made into a rocket booster. We also got an update from Johnson Space Center and the flight dynamics officer there. Passed to us through PAO. There are 40 cutouts in our 2-hour window tonight. These are times in which we cannot launch the Artemis rocket. This is down from the 56 cutouts that were reported just a couple of days ago, but these numbers are regularly crunched and examined, looked at. The cutouts range from anywhere from a second or two to about a minute. So they're not a big impact today on the 2-hour launch window that we have that runs from 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time to 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. We're looking at the bottom of the Space Launch System rocket, the core stage with the 4 engines, RS-25s. Built by Aerojet Rocketdyne. Those are heritage engines that came from the Space Shuttle program. And you can see the liquid oxygen vent at the bottom of the rocket as well, wafting up. A water vapor that's chilled from the liquid oxygen meeting the air. The team is also configuring the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Configuring its guidance and navigation. And at the very top you can see the launch escape system, which covers up the Orion spacecraft, which is the spacecraft we're going to send around the moon with a launch tonight. And one of the major objectives is to bring that Orion back from lunar orbit faster and hotter than any human-rated spacecraft has ever returned back to Earth. And we now also understand that on this particular flight, it's been calculated that Orion's maximum distance from the Earth, once it gets into lunar orbit, is 268,553 statute miles. From launch to splashdown, the total number of miles is estimated to be 1,228,000, roughly. And Orion's going to get about 80 miles away from the moon. And we have cameras on Orion in which we hope to bring you that imagery should we have a launch this evening, or should I say early tomorrow morning. We're moving along well. Currently, we are 6 hours and 15 minutes on the T clock, 5 minutes on the L clock. This is Artemis Launch Control. And we have an update now. The tanking fast fill for liquid hydrogen has completed. The fast fill has completed. And now we are in topping. Again, core stage liquid hydrogen fast fill is complete, and now we are at topping. And you can see the graphic there. We've still got about an hour left on the core stage liquid oxygen side to the left. Now currently 64% full. Currently had no issues. We went through the test on the liquid hydrogen side. Did get a leak rate at just over 4%, 4.3% I believe. And but then it went back down, which is tracking exactly as the launch team expected it to, with the kinder and gentler, as they call it, loading procedure for liquid hydrogen. All great news there. And so as liquid hydrogen goes into topping, we continue to have the liquid oxygen in fast fill. And you can see the venting of liquid oxygen coming up from the bottom of the rocket. We've got an update on a mission that launched not too long ago called Capstone. This is a mission to test out the lunar orbit that one day Artemis will use to put our gateway station around in lunar orbit called the Near Rectilinear Halo Orbit. It's a special orbit. The Capstone mission operations team confirmed that NASA's Capstone spacecraft arrived at its orbit at the moon Sunday evening. The CubeSat completed an initial orbit insertion maneuver, firing its thrusters to put the spacecraft into orbit at 7:39 p.m. Eastern Time. Capstone is now in a near rectilinear halo orbit, or NRHO. And this orbit, of course, is the same one that will be used by Gateway, as I mentioned, the moon orbiting space station that will support NASA's Artemis missions. Capstone is the first spacecraft to fly NRHO. Getting an update now on the rocket. After 2 cleanup maneuvers, the Advanced Space and Terran Orbital team will review data to confirm that Capstone remains on track in the NRHO. Orion will be going to a distant retrograde orbit around the moon, but as I mentioned, follow-up missions will seek to go into the NRHO orbit. Just got an update from the launch team. Core stage is now in replenish, now having moved from topping into replenish, so it's at 100%, and the propellant that is boiling inside, being that liquid hydrogen is minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit, it is boiling the entire time inside that rocket, just as the liquid oxygen is, and you can see it venting out the side of the rocket. But again, liquid hydrogen now in replenish, which is a great milestone for the launch team. And now they're beginning to configure ICPS. We've had some RL-10 engine purges. They're purging the liquid hydrogen engine system. The core stage tanking must be complete before and you're looking at an engineer who is currently scanning the core stage thermal protection system. It's the butterscotch colored thermal protection system. It's spray-on foam, which helps keep these super chilled propellants cold. They still boil and they still vent off, but that additional insulation helps slow the rate of that boil. And so if you were following our program, you know that we had some thermal protection system. Some of that thermal protection system has what's called cryo pumping. Small cracks in the TPS. It's not a problem for the rocket, but it can sometimes give off some vapor, as you see to the left side, lower left side of the screen. So the engineers will scan the TPS for any cracks, any frost balls, just making sure that they are keeping a constant eye on anything that happens in that TPS that might signal something more severe. But so far, to this point, all is well with the rocket. Coming up at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have a special launch broadcast that will begin on NASA TV. Tell you all about the Artemis program. We have interviews with astronauts and some special features for you. We will continue the commentary that you're watching right now on the NASA Media Channel. This is Artemis Launch Control. As you can see on the screen, you can see the liquid hydrogen tank is 100% filled. All 538,000 gallons. Currently it's boiling off, and that is being replenished. That's why they call it replenish mode. On the core stage, we're 3/4 filled. Core stage liquid oxygen currently flowing into the rocket. That's the long pole in the tent. Configurations are being made to prepare the upper stage for liquid hydrogen tanking. Everything's moving smoothly so far. It's been a relatively quiet countdown, which is great. I mentioned a little earlier the calculations on Orion's maximum distance from the Earth. We just learned it'll be 268,553 statute miles. And it'll come as close as right around 80 statute miles to the moon. Once in space, the Orion spacecraft will begin a 26-day mission. So let's learn more about that right now.
Orion will travel through the Van Allen radiation belts into the deep space radiation environment. The spacecraft's outbound trip to the moon will take several days, during which time engineers will evaluate the spacecraft systems and correct its trajectory if needed. As Orion approaches the moon, the engines of the European service module will fire to perform a powered flyby, which allows the spacecraft to target a distant retrograde orbit about the moon. At its closest approach, Orion will be about 60 miles from the surface of the moon. As the spacecraft flies around the far side of the moon, all communication with Earth is lost. Orion will be on its own. Mission Control will wait to acquire a communication signal from the spacecraft. Through cameras positioned inside and outside of the capsule, will capture a view of Earthrise for a new generation. The spacecraft will drift past the far side of the moon over the next several days. A second service module main engine burn will place Orion in a distant retrograde orbit. It will travel in the opposite direction from the path the moon flies about the Earth. The spacecraft will stay in that orbit for approximately 1 to 3 weeks to collect data and allow mission controllers to assess its performance. The spacecraft will use another precisely timed engine firing of the service module along with the moon's gravity for its return trip to Earth. After exiting the distant retrograde orbit, the engines of the European service module will fire to do another close flyby of the moon and aim towards Earth.
To learn more about the Artemis 1 mission, just go to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. nasa.gov/Artemis-1. T-minus 5 hours and 37 minutes and counting until liftoff. That does not include a half-hour hold. Together it will be 6 hours and 6 minutes away. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Just passing dinner time here on the East Coast. Peter Cole's here with you on WCPC on the YouTube channel and on channel 12. Coming up right now, we have the planning board on channel 15 and Artemis tanking coverage on channel 12 back at home. On YouTube, we've been up for a couple hours now. Still going strong here and listening to the NASA commentary as well. There's not a lot going on right now, so we're just kind of hanging tough, watching the work over at the SpaceX pad. They decided to light that up tonight, and it is quite pretty. Work going on, I believe, at the other SpaceX pad. Looks like they've lit that one up as well over at Launch Complex 40. The rest of the pads are just marker lights tonight. SpaceX has a launch CRS-26, which has been rescheduled to Monday the 21st. And I believe in the meantime they might have a cargo launch from Launch Complex 40 as well. So lots of things going on here at the Kennedy Space Center. It's become quite busy with launches almost weekly, either from ULA or SpaceX. Also becoming busy in the launch campaign and tempo is Wallops Island. Wallops Island has traditionally been International Space Station resupply missions with the Antares, sounding rockets, suborbital stuff. But now, with the advent of Rocket Lab, their Electron program, they plan to launch, from what I saw, monthly from Wallops Island. And their first launch is going to be 4 years out. They've been planning this for several years now. We talked to their launch team before COVID, the launch in the fall before COVID, and at that time they were just about ready to go. I know the everyday astronaut Tim Dodd has done a couple interviews with Peter Beck, one actually on the launch pad. Done some great work, Tim Dodd has. Little envious of Tim. He's living the life that I'd love to live, but, you know, it is what it is. Tim is supposedly somewhere around the compound. I haven't seen his truck yet. I believe he's calling it Luna. Have not seen his truck yet, but I know it's somewhere out.
Configuration of the upper stage continues. The RL-10 purge for the liquid hydrogen on the RL-10 is complete. The liquid oxygen upper stage RL-10 engine system purge is now beginning. Again, liquid hydrogen upper stage RL-10 purge complete. Liquid oxygen upper stage RL-10 engine purge is now in work.
That is tanking control. We kind of be quiet when they're doing
These
talking.
steps are done ahead of cryogenic tanking of the upper stage. That should happen in just a few minutes. We should start get moving with the hydrogen side on the upper stage. Currently still in fast fill for the core stage liquid oxygen. It's currently at 80% filled.
We try not to step on when they're doing commentary, because when we do that, we end up missing something. But yeah, a lot of stuff going on here right now at the Kennedy Space Center and at Wallops Island. So the U.S. space program is quite healthy right now, between the commercial partners and with NASA doing the exploration. And a lot of cool things going on just in general around here. Look at the continued stats on the fill going on for the core stage of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. take a look off to the right of the shot, you see a flame going on. That's where they burn off the excess hydrogen coming from the setup over there. Cranked up the gain a little bit. We'll take a look at pad 39A, where they're working towards a launch campaign for, I believe it's CRS-25 is what I saw, in the next resupply mission to the International Space Station. SpaceX has lit up the pad for the night to kind of give it, give themselves a little bit of a little bit extra going on. Back to the pad cam. And like I said, it looks like their other pad is lit as well over at pad 40, but we're not going to take you over there right now. And then the other camera shot we have preset here is the stage, which is just getting a little busy around here right now. We have numerous stages going on here, numerous news organizations, both national and international, getting ready to do their broadcasts, all lit up on the hill here at the Kennedy Space Center Complex 39 press site. And if you look over, the network sites are busy as well. I don't know if we can keep going off. This might be the off to the right there behind the satellite trucks are the network sites, and they're all lit up and busy as well tonight. We have a local news reporter right next to us doing a hit for his newscast. So all kinds of things going on right now here at the press site. And now we take you back to pad 39B. With the NASA rocket 100% on the hydrogen, still fueling the liquid oxygen stage here in preparation for launch. The clock says 5 hours, 25 minutes, and 35 seconds. There is one hold left to go before launch time. We're just over, actually we're 6 hours away from launch. Now it is 7:09 Eastern time. So we're exactly 6 hours away from launch here. We do have that one hold left before we go. So great night here so far at the Kennedy Space Center. And we'll leave you on the tanking control.
week, this is a Monday, Sunday is a bunch of days. We're going to relax all day like Monday. Most of the hotels are booked. And Tuesday to Wednesday for the first Sunday in the bar. We have a beachside hotel ready for the 25th, which is courtesy of the debris. So Thursday, we're going to look for that. We're going to leave the rack, the production rack and debris for a first day down here. My rack is going to come into the custom advanced kit.
We are currently L minus 5 hours and 43 minutes, T minus 5 hours and 13 minutes until liftoff of the Space Launch System from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. You're looking at the rocket on the pad, NASA's 32-story tall moon rocket, scheduled for liftoff at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, with a 2-hour window running to 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have had a very clean count so far. We're running ahead of schedule as well, about an hour and 20 minutes ahead of schedule. The nets, fairly quiet at this part of the countdown. Currently, we are tanking the liquid oxygen core stage, sitting at 90%, and we are fully tanked on the liquid hydrogen side. Looking at the engines and the core stage right there in the center of your screen, quite a bit of history there with those RS-25s. They were built by Aerojet Rocketdyne, and they are heritage hardware that's been upgraded and its performance increased, all 4 of them, substantially. But about that history, if you look to the left, engine number 3, that's engine 2058. And engine 2058, which flew on the space shuttle, flew 6 flights to the space station. Behind 2058 is engine number 4, identified with a 2060. And quick update, the LO2 engine system purge is complete on the ICPS. Again, LO2, liquid oxygen engine system purge, complete on the ICPS. Getting a couple updates on the nets at this moment. listening to the launch team just there for a couple of moments. No major issue being reported. But as you're looking now, again, back to the engines, liquid oxygen venting up from the bottom. The engine in the back, 2060, engine number 4. That one flew on the space shuttle, including Hubble telescope servicing mission. And then to the front right, that's engine 2056, engine number 2 on the rocket. 2056 2056, actually, that was the one that did the Hubble telescope servicing mission. My apologies. Engine number 2 on the right, and then engine number 3 on the left. Engine number 4 is back left. That's 2060, and that one did the 3 space shuttle flights, including the space shuttle's final mission. But the one with all the star power is engine number 1, and it is on the back right in terms of the setup of these engines. Engine number 1 is 2045. That had 12 space shuttle flights on it, including John Glenn's flight. Astronaut John Glenn, as well as a senator, flew with that engine. And it also included this final space shuttle mission, the final flight, STS-135, the last space shuttle Atlantis, which is currently here at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center. The core stage in the middle, of course, that holds the RS-25s, that's built by Boeing Aerospace. The 2 side boosters there, built by Northrop Grumman. And to the top of the rocket, the Orion spacecraft. Is built by Lockheed Martin. And speaking of the Orion spacecraft, when it heads to the moon, that will be about 1,000 times farther from Earth than the International Space Station is from the Earth. Of course, the International Space Station orbits the Earth at approximately 250 statute miles above the surface of the Earth, and the moon is beyond 250,000 miles. The mission will be a 26-day mission if we lift off tonight. To learn more about the Artemis program, go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. This is Artemis Launch Control. coming on console at the Johnson Space Center Mission Control is Judd Freeling and his team. Judd Freeling is the flight director that will lead his team tracking Orion from ascent through translunar injection. This is the third shift for the team at Mission Control Houston. And you're looking live at launch control here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The top row is for the launch directors. And that row below is our NASA test directors, currently flying the ship, so to speak, overlooking the countdown and making sure that everything goes smoothly. And so far, everything has gone smoothly. Got a thumbs up just a couple minutes ago from one of the NASA test directors. Currently, they're working to configure the upper stage of the rocket, the ICPS, the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. That's built by United Launch Alliance. It's a modified upper stage from the Delta IV. Tanking-wise, we are currently sitting at 100% full for the core stage liquid oxygen and 99% filled on the liquid oxygen side. T-minus 4 hours, 58 minutes until liftoff. L-minus 5 hours, 28 minutes until liftoff. This is Artemis Launch Control. And we just reached topping for the core stage. Liquid oxygen topping on the core stage tank. Just moments ago. Okay, we've just reached replenish for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. Again, replenish for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. A major milestone reached this evening, as now both tanks of the core stage have been filled. Both are in replenish. Both are boiling propellants and thus venting off the gas that results, as you can see there on the left side of your picture, as the liquid oxygen side vents off that super cold oxygen gas that then condenses the water in the atmosphere and creates that vapor plume. And now we have just started upper stage loading operations, shifting now to tanking the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It too has a liquid oxygen tank and a liquid hydrogen tank, much smaller though. LH2 chill down now in work for the upper stage of the rocket, which holds 10,000 pounds of liquid hydrogen. On the liquid oxygen side, there are 53,000 pounds of capacity. The RL-10 engine Okay, we are now loading LH2 in the upper stage. Again, LH2 loading in the upper stage, that's liquid hydrogen. Listening to the team on their communications channels. All right, very good. And so the propellant for the upper stage, as you're looking at that shot right there with the two spotlights illuminating the Space Launch System out at Launch Complex 39B here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The propellant will flow through the umbilical at the 240-foot level, just below the one that you see to the left in the foreground. It's in the background there. And so now we are tanking the upper stage. SLS Chief Engineer John Blevins calling this a very clean count. So far. We're headed to a liftoff time of 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time on the 16th. We have a 2-hour window. Hopefully we won't need it. The liquid oxygen team reporting out that they are now ready for upper stage loading operations. Again, the liquid oxygen team ready for upper stage loading operations to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Core stage liquid oxygen tank is at 100% and is in stable replenish. It took roughly about 4 hours and 23 minutes to tank the core stage from the moment the go was given by the launch director at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Artemis launch director, gave the go. And now loading of the upper stage is underway. And so they're giving the call right now for the LOX team, liquid oxygen, to start their loading operations.
do a breakup.
Okay. Yeah, that's fantastic. Good stuff. I hope you have a good presentation there.
Yeah, we've been up for a while. I'm running the NASA feed and the biofilm and that camera.
Perfect. Where's that camera located at? Over at the Crawlerway?
There's one right there.
Okay.
Oh, this is the NASA TV feed.
Yeah, which one's on the left, the top left?
That's the one right up there.
Okay, wow.
See the one with the red lights around it?
Yeah.
We ran a cable across here.
Okay, again. Coming in loud and clear, thank you.
Thank you for doing it.
Alright?
Next time I'll come with a private.
That's it. That's what you needed.
Yeah, well, you know,
This is gonna work though.
it's actually going to work out pretty well. We're going to shoot it with one regular camera doing something cool.
Good. Good.
But the joystick's tracking right now for the Jesus.
Alright, I'm gonna keep doing my rounds. If you need anything, just let us know.
Thank you very much.
T-minus 4 hours and 12 minutes and counting here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking live at the Space Launch System rocket with Orion at the top, getting ready for a launch to the moon. We are currently in the midst of cryogenic tanking the upper stage of the rocket after a 4 hour and 23 minute successful tanking of the lower core stage. Currently, both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen on the upper stage are in fast fill, which is a great milestone. The ICPS, the upper stage of the rocket, that's the interim cryogenic propulsion stage made by ULA. It's a modified Delta upper stage. Has 10,000 pounds of liquid hydrogen and 53,000 pounds of liquid oxygen. The liquid oxygen team reporting out that they'd like to pick up the pace a little bit on their side of the upper stage. So far, we've had a pretty clean count. It all started at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time when the launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, gave the go for cryogenic. Finished that tanking at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We are tracking towards a 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch on November 16th. You'll look at the clock at the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That is a time. So you have to add a half hour to that to get the true time to launch, which we call the L clock. That half hour is used by the launch team to do any catch-up work and prepare for the final 10 minutes of the count, which is called terminal count. The launch team configures the rocket up until the point, and at T-minus 10 minutes, it is then given over to the ground launch sequencer, which is software and a computer that then configures the rocket, bringing on all of the high energy systems in the last few minutes as they count down to liftoff. You're looking at the lower portion of the rocket and the midsection of the rocket. You can see the venting happening as the liquid oxygen is now venting from the ICPS. The ICPS has multiple liquid oxygen vents, so you can see them in two locations. And then the full shot of the rocket there, you can see the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage currently venting out from the upper portion of the rocket. That liquid oxygen tank sits in the upper third of the core stage. Throughout the evening, we've been telling you a little bit more about the Artemis mission. The primary objective of the Artemis 1 mission and this launch tonight is to send the Orion spacecraft around the moon and then test its ability to return from lunar orbit and endure the extreme heat of re-entry.
Interagency team, including the United States Navy and Air Force, along with NASA engineers and technicians, will begin preparations for Orion's return home. During the journey home, Orion will maintain the desired tail-to-sun attitude to optimize spacecraft cooling and maximize power production in the deep space environment. Another week passes as Orion coasts towards Earth. The European service module separates behind Orion and is jettisoned. Following separation, engines on the back shell of Orion will ensure the spacecraft is properly oriented as it travels in the direction of entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet. At entry interface, Orion will enter the Earth's atmosphere, traveling at a speed of 25,000 miles per hour, decelerating at a rate up to 4 times the force of gravity. The heat shield will protect the spacecraft from temperatures half as hot as the surface of the sun, approaching 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Orion's precise deployment sequence of 11 parachutes assembled in mid-air will begin. As Orion slows, the 3 forward bay cover parachutes separate the protective thermal cover that sits over the parachutes. Two drogues used to slow and stabilize the crew module during descent cut free, and 3 pilot chutes are deployed, used to lift and deploy the 3 main parachutes. At 9,000 feet in altitude and a speed of 130 miles per hour, the 3 main parachutes, 116 feet in diameter, will slow the crew module to a safe landing speed of less than 20 miles per hour. After a 4 to 6 week long mission, and after traveling more than 1.3 million miles, Orion will target a landing 16 minutes after entering Earth's atmosphere. Following splashdown, Orion will remain powered for operations and recovery teams to conduct inspections. Orion will then be pulled into the ship and secured for its return to Kennedy Space Center. We are going together and invite you to follow along at www.nasa.gov/Artemis-1.
To learn more about Artemis 1, get to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. This is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update on the tanking of the upper stage of the Space Launch System. We are in fast fill for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Liquid hydrogen stands at 18% filled. Again, 18% filled on the liquid hydrogen side, and we are 44% filled on the liquid oxygen side. Both of these are the tanks on the upper stage of the rocket, the ICPS. Again, 18% filled for LH2, 44% filled for liquid oxygen.
launch control has kind of gotten quiet here on the NASA nets. Still looking at a live feed. That countdown clock is about 24 seconds behind where we are. And right now, the status update, I don't know what you've heard. Last I've heard, because I've been on and off headsets tonight, is that the second stage now is tanked. Both stages are in a replenishment mode, where you can see venting on the second stage from the NASA TV feed. And you see a little bit on our cameras here on the top left. I know Harry said, just texted me, said he's watching on channel 12 with our feeds going on there. Ken Stomsky is around the compound here somewhere. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, former senator, was just by here a few minutes ago and walked by checking out the media going on and visiting some people up in the countdown area, as well as his talent from NASA TV. So a lot of things going on here. A lot of mucky mucks are in the area. Big night here tonight. So far the countdown has been progressing smoothly. There's always be a few bumps in the road, I'm sure, but we're looking for an on-time liftoff just after 1 a.m. when the window opens tonight. There is a difference between the countdown clock you see on the air. It's about a 30-minute difference. There's a final hold just before the terminal count at 10 minutes, T-minus 10. So we'll do a hold, and the controllers will catch up on any backlog that they have in their controlling sequences. And we will proceed with the count. So all things are progressing normally here at the Kennedy Space Center pad 39B. It's great seeing SpaceX's pad lit up on 39A. I have word that they are working either there or over at their facility over at Space Launch Complex number 40, getting ready for 2 launches upcoming for them. A commercial resupply mission that's coming up on Monday. And I believe that they have a commercial satellite launch coming up either right before or right after. So it's going to be busy at the spaceport for the next week. Unfortunately, we can't stay. We have commitments back up in New England on Friday, and at least I do on Friday and Saturday. And things are going on. We'll be coming on with mainline coverage just after midnight on Channel 15. We're going to continue our coverage along with this on YouTube, heading right up to launch time at 1:09 a.m. And then we'll continue a bit after the rocket is out of sight here. We're hoping to catch orbital insertion for Orion. And if they'll let us stay and they don't kick us out, maybe we'll catch the translunar injection.
T-minus 3 hours, 38 minutes and counting here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are waiting the launch of the Space Launch System rocket. Currently on the pad, you're looking at venting from the upper stage of the SLS as we are in fast fill for both the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Just got a weather update to the launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. 45th Weather Officer, Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin, giving some good news, saying that the trend of the weather is our friend. Some thicker clouds are moving into the area over the launch pad, but it was only just one thick cloud in the area. Would have violated flight through precipitation rule, but it is now thinning out, and that was the only one they're tracking, not within the launch area. And so because the clouds are starting to thin over the launch complex, we are back to 90% go for launch. Again, we are back to 90% go for launch weather. Only concerns that the LWO is tracking at this moment is the thick cloud rule and the cumulus cloud rule. You don't see it in the shot. It is nighttime, but early in the evening we did have some cloud cover over the area. But conditions are calm enough for the LWO to bump up the go for weather to 90%. Great news there. Launch director has asked for another update in just about an hour on the weather. And I just heard a completion of LOX fast fill complete for the upper stage liquid oxygen tank. And now they are proceeding with an LO2 tank valve test. Great news there. We're still tanking the liquid hydrogen in the upper stage. Again, another milestone reached. Fast fill is complete on the upper stage liquid oxygen tank. This is Artemis Launch Control.
And good calls out from Artemis Launch Control. In the meantime, we swung the camera around. This is where we're at. We swung our camera around to take a look around, poke around here. And that is the vehicle assembly building just over my left-hand shoulder. It is enormous. That doesn't even do it justice, how big it actually is sitting there behind us. It is a monster building. And then you can see they're going to do this in 8K and 360 video. This is the production trailer for that. And then the NASA telescopic cameras. Let's see if we can see it. Let's see if we can light it up here. Let's see if we can cheat it a little bit to have the exposure come up. But there's telescopic cameras right there. And then if you just over to the right is the launch pad. You can see it'll come into view in a second. And that is the launch pad 2 miles away. See some photographers down there in the bank. They were warned by NASA people that there very well could be alligators out there in the turning basin, which is where the water you see reflected is where they brought in the shuttle external tanks, and the core stage was delivered there as well. It has roughly very similar dimensions to the shuttle main tank, and it may look like that with the foam on there, but it is completely redesigned from the shuttle era. There is the business end of it, as you saw earlier on the feeds from NASA. You can see that white section, the drive section down the bottom. That was all designed post shuttle era. On that right, the flame you see is hydrogen burning off. Gaseous hydrogen burning off. And let's see if we can get a focus on that. There we go. And as the SLS comes into focus, you can see down the bottom the drive section the 2 external boosters, which are bigger than the shuttle era. They're one more section. Shuttle era boosters, solid rocket boosters, were 4 sections. These are 5. And they will be expended as the shuttle ones are recovered. These ones are being expended. They never really gave a reason why they couldn't capture these back. This whole rocket is expendable. There's nothing that will be reused on it except for, well, not even the capsule will be reused at this point. So those 4 shuttle engines that are on the base, the RS-25 engines, the most senior of them flew on 12 shuttle missions. And then I believe the other ones were under half a dozen shuttle missions or less. But all 4 engines, I believe, have flown on previous missions. The Orion capsule is brand new. And that spike on the top is the launch escape system. So at any time, if there's a problem with the rocket, that launch escape system will trigger. And the Artemis capsule will pull away. And then there's a whole sequence for detaching the Artemis capsule, so that it can land safely and be recovered. The plan is to launch Artemis out to the moon, spend a bit of time in a highly elliptical orbit, sending it the furthest that any manned-rated spacecraft has been, and then it'll come back to the Earth and return at a high speed, a little bit higher than they would for, I believe, for a manned mission. But they're pushing the systems to the limit for this capsule to see what it's capable of, to see what it can do out there in the ether, and they're pushing it to its limits. I know all the out there in New England are dealing with snow this evening. We're dealing with the muggies down here. It is a beautiful night here in Central Florida. It is a absolutely beautiful night. Great night for a launch, and we're looking forward to that as well. NASA TV has a great shot of the drive section here. And that venting is from liquid oxygen going through the system and venting out. That NASA clock on the video stream is about 20 seconds behind. That's a normal delay for a video. You'll look at the base of that and you'll see the shuttle solid rocket boosters, which you normally see. And then you'll see the drive section. They're taking a look at something on one of the cameras. I'm not moving that. They are. They're looking at the connections there between the solid rocket boosters and the core stage. Back to our live shot from WCPC cameras. And we'll wait the next update from Artemis Control. Looking at some of the secondary payloads on Artemis for this trip. All these CubeSats that had been rolled back to the pad had been recharged. And they will be launching from the second stage after the Orion capsule has been detached. And they'll also be making their way to the moon for different deployments and different missions that will lead up to Artemis 2, 3, and 4. Here's a look inside the Launch Control Center, which is just off to our left. Yep, they went away from that shot. No control over that. There's no individual feeds that we can get from NASA. I did beg and plead and didn't get anything. I tried. And let's take a look at the Artemis family of rockets. This was started back in the Ares program where it flew just once. It's basically a shuttle solid rocket booster that was modified to carry a capsule into space. At that time, it was just a mass simulator, but it was going to fly to the International Space Station. That program was canceled under the Obama administration quickly. And then the SLS came out of that. But the thing about that and still continues to this day, constraints were put on the program by NASA, by Congress, saying that they had to use flight-proven hardware as much as possible. That's where the design with the boosters and the core section came from. Reusing shuttle-proven engines and the core stages. So, as you can see, the SLS Block 1 crew is what you see out there on the pad right now. There's a cargo version coming shortly. Block 1B crew, which is a little bit taller, and with the final second stage. The interim cryogenic stage is based on a Centaur upper stage that flies on the Atlas V. And then you'll see the Block 1B cargo version. And there's a Block 2, which is later on in the program, which is a very, very heavy lift vehicle. It's going to be impressive when that thing launches. But also, in parallel to this, is SpaceX's Starship program and Super Heavy. That might launch by the end of the year. There's no confirmation on that yet because the FAA hasn't issued a launch license as of last time. So there's a little bit to go before that one happens. And we're really not hearing anything from NASA audio right now, so I'm filling some time here. But once Super Heavy goes, SpaceX still has a contract for the lunar lander, which is Starship. that big silver bullet thing that you've seen pictures that we've taken when we saw Starship SN-15 do a propulsive landing and successfully land without exploding. Very low-cost launches on that, very basic design. And SpaceX successfully fired, I believe, 14 of the 33 engines just a day or two ago. I was hearing from our good friend Chris Pavino from Western Mass Storm Chasers that he was watching the Space Flight Now guys, and they said they had launched either 11 or 14 engines, fired 11 or 14 engines. Their testing campaign still continues to go up and up and up, and when they get to 33, they're going to try to launch it into space. So lots of things going on here for the Starship program. It's a great time in space. This really is the second golden age of space. I keep talking about it. You hear me talk about it all the time on the radio shows back home. But we're truly in a great time in our country's history right now with the private partnerships and the public partnerships. It really is just a cool time to be a space geek, as it were. In the meantime, we're going to let you go on in the feed here. And we're going to take a break here because we have launch coverage coming up very shortly, and we'll be switching over to live coverage on Channel 15 at midnight. Go to the hour right up until launch. And then post-launch, we'll be taking feeds from NASA TV. In the meantime, with 3 hours and 24 minutes until launch on the clock, and 3 hours and 50, it's now 9 o'clock, so just about 4 hours away here in the real-time clock. We'll leave you with the images of Artemis on the pad between NASA TV and WCPC camera up there on the top left. Talk to you soon.
T-minus 3 hours and 17 minutes until liftoff of the Space Launch System. That's L-minus 3 hours and 47 minutes. We have a half-hour hold that we're going to be going into at the end of, towards the end of the countdown. I want to give you an update now. The launch team is tracking an intermittent leak on the cord stage replenish valve. This is on the hydrogen side. The location is at the base of the mobile launcher. The team reporting to the NASA test director, it's going in and out of leak measurement. Momentarily, it spiked to 1.5%, but then came back down, and they continued to monitor it. Going over 1% is the violation. It was only there for a short period of time, came back down. It's 1% is the violation, Mark, as I understand from the engineers, because this is an open air sensor, different from the closed volume sensors on the previous leaks, if you may recall from the previous launch attempts. So the team is monitoring it. If it were to continue to degrade, it would put the upper stage LH2 into stop flow. It's back down at the moment into the 0.2 range. And so, again, the team just continues to monitor, but they have advised Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson that there's not a lot they can do from here. If it were to go back up above 1%, they would have to send the red crew into the pad. Now, that's the team that is specifically trained to go into the launch pad with a tanked rocket and do work. But we're not there yet. I want to emphasize, not there yet. Again, the team's monitoring this. Of course, we'll keep you updated. Percentage-wise, let's talk about the upper stage. We are at 60% filled for the liquid hydrogen upper stage. For liquid oxygen, we're almost filled, currently at 92%. Again, upper stage 60% for liquid hydrogen and 92% liquid oxygen. We're in fast fill for liquid hydrogen and topping for LO2. Quick look at the core stage just to review. We can put up a graphic that'll give you a check on that. Core stage reached its replenish mark, which means fully tanked and filled at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And there you see the graphic. 100% on both tanks. The core stage, of course, 750,000 gallons of super chilled propellants. And of course, we'll continue to track the countdown. This is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update, we are now in stop flow for the liquid hydrogen core stage. Again, we are in stop flow for liquid hydrogen core stage due to an intermittent leak on the replenish valve. Okay, the NASA test director has advised that they are now putting a plan into work to send the red crew into the pad. Again, the NASA test director putting together a plan to send the red crew into Launch Complex 39B and the mobile launcher area. Discussion is about an intermittent leak on the upper stage. I'm sorry, intermittent leak for the core stage replenish valve, which is inside the mobile launcher. Now it's in the planning stages, so they are not going out there yet. But again, the team being mobilized. The red crew operates out of a building about 4 miles away from the launch pad. Discussion is around torquing down the packing nuts at the base of the ML. The leak has increased. And so the team currently taking planning action to send that red crew team in. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the latest. This is Artemis Launch Control. Upper stage LOX is in replenish. Upper stage liquid oxygen is in replenish. Meanwhile, the launch team continuing to work a solution to an intermittent leak at the core stage replenish valve. It is in on the side of the mobile launcher, and the discussion is around sending a red crew into the launch area, up to the pad, and having them go up and torque bolts connected to a valve that has shown some intermittent leaking. They're currently discussing it now. Stand by for more information. This is Artemis Launch Control. Okay, T-minus 2 hours, 44 minutes and counting. Have an update on the situation with the intermittent leaky valve for the core stage liquid hydrogen. The NASA test director just briefed about getting ready to send the red crew onto the launch pad. The cause is an intermittent leak on the core stage liquid hydrogen replenish valve. Its location is on a skid on the side of the mobile launcher. As a result, the liquid hydrogen for the core stage is in stop flow, coming out of replenish, which replaces the liquid hydrogen that is boiled off. And so the only way to fix it at this moment is to send a red crew out to the pad. This is inside the blast danger area and is considered a hazardous operation. Here's the plan. The launch team is going to send 2 technicians with a safety lead to compartment AB12. That's on the side of the mobile launcher to torque packing nuts to resolve the intermittent leak. The techs will take 2 vehicles, drive up the pad surface. They'll exit their vehicles, go up the stairs to the 0 deck, then downstairs to the location where the valve is, and then torque the packing nuts. The red crew says it should take them about 15 minutes to do. Then they would return to their vehicles from the route that they came in on. Now, emergency services, EMS, have been notified along with pad rescue, and they are standing by for the start of this operation. And right now, the NASA test director is briefing the launch team on the procedures. HazGas will be closely monitoring sensors that are with the technicians for high concentrations of oxygen, hydrogen. And so there is a high degree of focus by the teams, especially the safety team, hazardous operations, currently getting ready to be underway in just a few minutes. Again, intermittent leak on the core stage liquid hydrogen replenish valve. It's on a skid on the side of the mobile launcher. The red crew team has been mobilized. The plan to torque down bolts inside the ML where the valve is has been briefed to the launch director. It's been signed off on, and we're awaiting the departure of the red crew team out to the launch pad. Stand by for more updates. This is Artemis Launch Control. All right, Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson just gave the go for the Red Crew team to enter Launch Complex 39B that you see there on your screen to work a issue with a leaky replenish valve on the side of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the gray structure that you see there. The Red Crew team is highly trained group of individuals, 2 technicians and 1 safety lead that will be making entry into the pad to tighten down bolts, the packing bolts on the valve. It is a straightforward job as described to me by the launch team. Once they're at the valve location, the Red Crew has advised it should take about 15 minutes to do the work. So they should be in and out of there relatively quickly. There's no troubleshooting to be done. They have a specific task that they're going to go in there and perform. And then they'll depart the pad. It is a hazardous operation inside the blast danger area. And the launch team will be tracking their every movement. EMS is standing by, along with pad rescue. We'll keep you updated. This is Artemis Launch Control.